the following items will be adopted as part of the consent agenda. The approval of the summary minutes of the January 15th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting, the Financial Advisors Report for the Aviation Enterprise, the Financial Advisors Report for the Dulles Corridor Enterprise, the Quarterly Report on the Investment Program for the quarter ended December 31, 2024, and the Quarterly Report on Budget Reprogramming for the quarter ended December 31, 2024. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda?
I'll move its adoption.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Guess not. That was unanimous. Thank you. With that, the consent agenda has been adopted and approved. Okay, there are no new business items for this committee. We will now move to tab 6, informational reports. And I will now ask Chris Wedding to give the staff presentation for the aviation enterprise and actually also for the Dulles enterprise as Mr. Roundtree is out of commission today.
Thank you. Good morning, directors. And so today, beginning with the aviation enterprise, total revenues through February 2025, 131.1 million year to date. Revenues are 1.1 million or 0.8% lower than prior year and 3.8 million or 3% above budget year to date. Breaking revenue down first into airline revenue. Airline revenue is 42.4 million year to date. It's 6.1 million or 12.6% lower than prior year and 1.3 million or 3.1% above budget year to date. And just a reminder to the directors as well as for the new directors, the Airports Authority operates on a cost recovery basis, specifically with our airline partners. And so while airline revenue is shown as lower than prior year, that's seen as a positive because that's a result of us having lower expenses coming out of 2024, which translates into lower rates for 2025. Moving into non-airline revenue, 88.8 million year to date. It's 5 million or 6% higher than prior year, and it's 2.5 million or 2.9% above budget year to date. Looking at expenses for the aviation enterprise, expenses are 96.3 million year to date. They're 14 million or 16.9% higher than prior year, and 2 million or 2% under budget year to date. And as Mr. Potter pointed out, we've seen increased pressure on expenses, specifically around the weather-related events, as well as the incident at DCA. And so regarding those two particular categories, we do have reserves set up for snow expenses. Typically, we have not tapped into those as of yet, and typically we wait until the end of the year to see if we have any snow in the fourth quarter before we evaluate whether we need to tap into those reserves. And specifically for the additional costs for the incident at DCA, the accident, we do have insurance policies that will reimburse us for a portion, at least a portion of those expenses. And so we're working with risk management department and our insurance carriers to work through that claim process. And so with that, that completes the aviation enterprise. I'll take any questions on the aviation enterprise.
Are there any questions for Mr. Wedding on the aviation enterprise? Seeing no questions, we'll move to tab 6.2, the Dulles Corridor Enterprise.
Okay, looking at the Dulles Corridor Enterprise, through February, toll road revenue, 29.7 million year to date. It's 2 million or 6.4% lower than prior year and 1.7 or 5.4% below budget year to date. Looking at transactions for the toll road, 10.3 million year to date. They're running 689,000 or 6.3% lower than prior year and 965,000 or 8.6% below forecast year to date. Expenditures for the toll road through February, 5 million year to date, 735,000 or 12.7% lower than prior year and 684,000 or 11.9% under budget year to date. And that completes the report for the Dulles Corridor Enterprise. I'll take any questions on that enterprise as well.
Are there any questions for Mr. Wedding on the Dulles Corridor Enterprise? Yes, Ms. Hanley.
This, I think this is the point where I introduce new members to speech one. You knew I was going to. I'm Our Lady of the Toll Road here. And what happens here is we've seen traffic declining, but I'm here to report, folks, that it may go to speech 1.5 because 1.5 because the traffic is back. But I still think that that we have to watch the diversion to Route 7. I don't think that having people come back to work should divert us from working on being sure that we're appropriately managing the toll road. So I'm now going to go to speech 1.5 for a while. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Are there any other
Yeah.
speech ones or questions? Yes, Jack.
I'd like Rich just to make a couple of comments.
Okay.
Thanks, Jack, and good morning, everybody. So we've been watching a few things over the past couple of weeks with regard to toll road activity. And Kate, you mentioned that traffic is back, and to some degree, we believe you. However, our numbers are not really showing an increase, at least over the past 4 weeks. So we looked at the return to work effort by the federal government, and we thought we'd see a spike. And we're not seeing that spike. In fact, we looked at 24 to 25, and it's essentially the same curve for the 4 weeks that we're watching so far. We'll continue to watch to see if there's any change. You mentioned Route 7, and we do believe the Route 7 is making a large impact on the activity on the toll road, and we see that. And we have people ourselves that work here at the airport, at either airport, that ride Route 7. They say, yep, I don't take the toll road anymore. I'm taking Route 7
Exactly.
because it's much easier. Yeah, so Route 7, VDOT invested a lot of money improvements on Route 7 coming into 495. And because of those improvements over the last couple of years, the traffic flow through there has been made much easier. Removed a lot of lights, a lot of obstructions, so people can get through there without a lot of delays. So, yeah, and they widen it as well.
Yes.
So right now, even though on a car per car basis, it's still quicker on the toll road, it's about 10 minutes longer on Route 7, and people are willing to avoid the cost of the toll road for 10 minutes. That's not really a problem. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a little bit of decrease in the activity on the toll road. And then finally, and I mentioned this before, the 495 Next project. And
Yes.
we continue to see backups at the intersection of the toll road and 495 as construction continues. And if you come through that area, you see all the steel going up on over the road. So every morning there's a delay at that intersection, and drivers are just adjusting. And they're saying, okay, I'm going to take Route 7 or take another route to avoid that congestion. There's no benefit to pay the toll and then sit in the backup at that intersection.
Madam Chairman, the other thing that we have now that we didn't always have, it cost me $38 to come this morning. Because I live right on the toll road. So I came at the time that 66 is now tolled at the internal end of the toll road coming in the morning. So we may have to look at some of that. That's out of our purview, of course. But it's a complicated situation for the toll road.
It is, and we continue to look at it, and we're doing some traffic studies this year to try and gauge where the traffic is moving exactly, to see whether we need to make any improvements on our side to increase our traffic flow.
And the other thing is the age-old problem of the turnbacks.
Yeah.
And we didn't have that issue for a while. For those of you that don't have that fun with the toll road, people drive through the airport to get on it. They used to do it all the time. They haven't done it so much in the last decade. But we're back to it as near as I can tell.
Yeah, and our traffic study folks are seeing a little bit of an uptick on those bypassers. So we're watching that as well.
There's too much traffic when we have to hit never mind.
Yeah.
And so we will be back to you
Okay.
in the coming months. We are doing a bond refunding for the toll road. So we are going to have to go to the rating agencies. And so you'll see those reports in the coming months. And so we're monitoring this very, very closely because of, we're hoping there's an improvement prior to us going to the bond market.
Can I just,
Thank you.
Ms. Bat, I just feel like taking 1 second to put a plug in for the toll road. There's been a lot of talk about how great Route 7 is and difficulties. the PR department here, I think,
Yes.
will say toll road is awesome.
I-
Delays are fleeting. Turnbacks, switchbacks are bad. Use the toll road. You'll be happy. Scenic.
I
It's
think that's a
lovely.
good idea.
Do that. So just put in a plug for the toll road.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Wedding? Okay, these reports,
Thank
the report on the aviation enterprise and the report on the Dulles Corridor enterprise are for information only. No action is necessary. With that, is there any additional business before this committee? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patty. Thank you for those reports. We will now move to the Business Administration Committee, and that will be presided over by our co-chair, Mr. Chess. I will note, Taylor, that we are running a little bit behind, but I think we're in capable hands with you, and look for you
We
to
just caught.
bring us right into right into schedule. And actually, you took care of a lot. So anyway, with that,
There we go. We can move very quickly.
thoroughly and completely and appropriately, but quickly, yes.
Samuel Epps, the co-chair, and myself have here to, first item on the agenda is to approve the consent agenda. I ask that the members of the committee take a moment to review the consent agenda. If approved, the following items will be adopted as part of the consent agenda. There are 5 items. Approval of the summary minutes.
So-
I was just rushing through.
We were just,
Quorum is assumed and less challenged, but let's make sure we.
Well, I'll confirm for the record that we do have a quorum. I'll read it off very quickly. Mr. Chess, Mr. Epps, Ms. Batty, and Mr. Poole. Continue.
Thank you. Okay, on to the consent agenda. The 5 items on the consent agenda are the approval of the summary minutes from the November 20th, 2024 Business Administration Committee meeting, pre-solicitation terms for a display advertising concession at Ronald Reagan National Airport and Washington Dulles International Airport, a pre-solicitation terms for aircraft de-icing, recovery and recycle services at Reagan National Airport and Washington Dulles International Airport, and a recommendation to award a contract for medium-duty and heavy-duty trucks with related equipment, accessories, and services. And also the quarterly acquisition report for the quarter ending December 31st, 2024. Does anybody wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Mark,
second.
okay, Tim Poole, and I think Mark's not on the committee, so we'll go with
So
Sam Epps.
moved.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda has been approved. There is no new business before the committee. There are no informational reports. Is there any additional business before the committee?
I'll move to adjourn the committee.
I second.
Move to adjourn the committee.
I second.
Great, we're done.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chess, for that. And thank you, Ms. Batty, for teeing it up and getting us there. And thank you for closing our closer there. With that, then we will move to the, I believe it's our last committee of the morning, and that is Human Resources, which will be presided over this morning by our co-chair, Ms. Hanley. Stanley, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'd like to to convene the March 19th, 2025 Human Resources Committee meeting. Madam Secretary, would you see if we have a quorum?
We do, and that quorum consists of Ms. Hanley, Mr. Epps, and Mr. Poole.
The first item on the agenda is actually to approve the consent agenda, but there's only one item. So is there a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Okay, with that, we're going to turn to new business. There isn't any. We'll have a report. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, let me introduce Adam Reese. He is our actuary to the Retirement Committee and to the Volunteer Employees Benefit Association. So he's going to help me in case you get too technical. I have my support here to answer any questions. All right, let me start off. This is an overview and an update on the Retirement Committee. This gives me an opportunity to discuss some things with new members so they understand what it's all about and update the existing members that have familiarity. So we have 5 different retirement plans. We have 2 defined benefit plans. We have one plan that covers medical, and that's our Voluntary Employee Beneficiary Association. And that's your retiree medical and life insurance. And then we have 2 defined contribution plans, our 457 and our 401A. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each one of these 3 categories and talk about it and give you some details and information. So let's start. I'm going to start with the defined benefit pension plans. So let me go to this. So we have 2 defined pension plans, one for general employees. That's the first one on this chart. This shows you the number of active employees in it, 1,213. This also shows you the number of retirees and beneficiaries in the plan. And then the last piece shows you the market value of what we have in this plan, 260 million plus. Okay, I moved down to the second part, and that's our police and firefighters. They have a different retirement plan. That's for sworn police and firefighters. And their normal retirement is a little bit less. It's 55 years of age and 5 years of service, 344 active employees, 245 retirees and beneficiaries, and the market value of that plan is 152 million plus. One point to make on the bottom of this slide, both of these plans are for 30 years of maximum service. So once you go over 30 years, there's no additional retirement benefit. Some plans you can run MERS and CSRS, you can run up to 40 years. Our plan stops at 30 years, just so everyone understands. So let me talk about some of the details. So employee contributions. In the general plan, there are no employee contributions. In the police officers and firefighters, there's a 1.5% contribution of pay. Cost of living adjustments we have in our pension plan. So it's 50% of Social Security up to a maximum of 4%. We get each year, whatever social is, we get half of it, but we only go up to 4%. So once it technically exceeds 8%, we would cap at 4. Pension estimates, we have a process, and I'm going to talk more later on about communications, employee involvement, but what we wanted to say here is we have 2 ways that employees can estimate their retirement. One, in our system, we have a way that they can do a pension estimate calculator based on what information they want to put in, specifically years of service and age. And then our bookkeeper for our voluntary contribution process also has a similar process so they can estimate their Social Security. So keep them informed, keep the information in front of people. So, you don't want people making mistakes or getting panic at the end. We try to nurse them right to the end. And then the survivor options, it's a normal plan. We have single annuity, we have joint survivor, we have 10-year certain. There's just a number of options for our employees. Most people either take single annuity or joint survivor. All right, let's look at our Voluntary Employee Benefits Association. This once again is our retiree medical and life insurance. So retiree benefits, that's a prescription drug, pre-Medicare, post-Medicare coverage. So we have employees that are pre-Medicare. They get a different plan than the employees that are post-Medicare. I can talk about that in a minute. We have retiree dental and vision. We have life insurance. And hopefully everybody's familiar with line and duty for our public safety employees. If they were to get injured, there's certain regulations and they get certain benefits, ongoing benefits from the VIBA. Medical and prescription drugs, our rules are you have to have 10 years of vested service to be eligible for retiree medical, drug, dental, and vision, and you can cover yourselves and dependents, and contributions are required. Life insurance are eligible if they retire with 5 years of vesting service, can cover themselves and dependents. If they want additional once they retire, contributions will be required. And then once again, line of duty benefits, active as of July 1, 2019. And then the benefits are triggered by death or disability in the line of duty. Let me go to talk about the VIBA a little. VIBA is interesting here. Okay, we have 1,525 employees. We have over 1,000 retirees in the plan. Market value is about 180 million plus. All right, back in 2016, we made some significant changes to our VIBA, to our retiree healthcare, and that's rendered about 100 million in savings since then. Simply what we did is we were not using Medicare Advantage or Medigap plans. We were using the same plan for active employees, pre-Medicare and post. So we were buying 80% medical for our employees. You would get, and they would contribute 20, the company would buy 80. And then we required Part B. And the Part B is also an 80-20 split. So our employees, they're getting well over 100% coverage, and it's costing us a lot of money. So we went to the Medigap, and that significantly reduced the cost for the company. It reduced the cost for the employee. And then going forward, figuring out our liability, that changed the equation because we didn't have to book so much money because we changed the whole formula of what we were paying for. Same thing on the drug side. We went to an AGWIP program, Employee Group Waiver Plan, which gives you cheaper prices, which makes you eligible for a lot of medical rebates. And there's a number of ways that improves. Just, one point of fact, retirees, over 60% of medical cost through retirees is on the prescription side. So drugs make a big difference in the cost of retiree health care. And we focused on that, and the AGWIP has helped us get that. So making those changes has really helped us save some money, create a better plan for MWA and for our employees, and reduce our future liability. Then in 21, what we did is prior to 21, MWA was paying all the medical claims and insurance premiums. We would get a funding from MWA to pay for that. 21, because of our funding level, we took over the payment. So MWA no longer had to pay for that. It's been coming out of the VIBA fund. And to date, we've saved about or avoided spending about $44.8 million. So, then the last bullet just talks about what we saved in the last 2 years. So there's a lot of things that we've done, but we're focused on managing our money meaning the retirement committee, and we're also focused on being independent from MWA and not draining from the general fund. So we're looking for that. Now I'm going to talk about some of the other things that we do in the future. So let's go to the retirement plans. We have defined contribution plans. We have 457B and 401A. We're not a government plan, but we look at ERISA rules and whatnot. We are similar to a lot of other plans that organizations have. It's just different. But the IRS laws require us to use these tags, 457, 401A. So let me just talk about 457. Participants can contribute up to the Internal Revenue Service limits on pre-tax or Roth post-tax basis. We've had a Roth for a number of years, and it's become popular, and I wish I had it when I was starting out. It would have, I'm doing RMDs now, so it would have made a big difference. But what's important here is an employee can contribute up to $23,500, okay? And then the 401A is the other part of it, and that's where they get the match. So I put in 100%, or I put in my first 100% of the match for the first 2%. I put in 2%, I get 2% match. After that, for every 50%, you will get 1. So if you put in 50, I'm sorry, it's the other way around. So if you put in 4, you end up getting 3% match. Okay. You contribute 4, the company contributes 3. So let me go to the next slide. I just put this up. We have a very healthy investment options. And I point out the target date funds. That's become very popular. And based on age and service and employees' particulars, it kind of measures your risks and give you the area where you should be investing, how you should create your portfolio based on your risk tolerance. So obviously, if I'm going to retire in 2070, I'm willing to take a lot of risks. If I'm retiring in 2025, I'm not so risky. I want to be very risk averse and keep what I have. So very popular, but we do have a balanced portfolio and we offer a lot of options for our employees. And by every 2 years, we review this. We review the performance of the plans. We review the participation of our employees, and we look at what other options are out there. So we're constantly scrutinizing this part of the program because it's important to our employees to make good decisions, but have the ability to understand it and know, what they're buying here. So let me go to the next one. Defined contribution. This shows you the assets, and basically, I showed a spread over the 22, 23, and 24, and there's been growth. One of the issues here with this plan is so I got here in 2013. In 2014, we added the 401A. There wasn't a 401A before. It was just flat 457. And what does that do? What happens is an employee now, his pre-tax dollars goes into the 457, but the money that should have went into a 401A also goes into the 457 if it doesn't exist. That reduces the employee's ability to get the maximum pre-tax ability. So the reason I pointed out those numbers are low because the 457 has been around a lot longer than the 401A. We're remedy to that and employees are well, I'll show you in a minute. Very, very great. We have great participation. And here we go. So this is our plan summary. You see the plan assets. We're at over $315 million account balance. Look at the participation rate. We're at 92.7%. Industry average is 70.5%. We've done a lot of work, and I'll talk about that in a minute, to get there. And then the average deferral of our employees, once again, is 9.7% of salary versus 7% in the industry. That just doesn't happen, and I'm going to talk about why that happens. And then total contributions. Then if you move to the bottom of the chart, you look at the 401A, and that gives you the plan assets, the account balance, average account balance, and the matching contributions from MWA. So let's talk about part of why all this happens. The first thing is we require our record keeper, which is Lincoln Financial, to meet on site regularly with our employees. So I'm happy to say 24, we had 511 face-to-face one-on-ones with financial consultants. Talk about account review, talk about the Roth, talk about investment education, withdrawal distribution, so forth and so on. We engage our employees in this process. So let me talk about, and then Lincoln is a very good company and they have their own communications plan. They're very much engaged in all of this. And they work really good with my benefits group, and they just constantly giving information, talking to employees. You don't get the numbers we showed unless you educate people on the benefits of what the offer is. And the proof is in the numbers that we've done a good job. Let me go to the next slide. And then we don't just count on them to communicate. We are constantly communicating every time an on good authority comes out, there's a retirement piece in there. So we talk about something and we want to educate them. So that's constant. And then I guess within the last year, we started a correspondence directly to our retirees. I put them out here, so just in case anybody's ever interested, out by the door, you can grab one and look at. But it talks all about your retirement, your social security, your health care, your options, your dental, your vision. We keep these people informed as well as employees, and it adds a lot of value. So, we've done a good job on that. And before I go any farther, I just want to recognize, my comp and benefits manager, Randy Caldwell. He's here. He's back here, and his staff. They have done an outstanding job. I can talk about all the changes and all the plans, and I can talk about medical. It only works to the fullest extent when you manage it day to day. The plans and programs that we've instituted, on top of all this other saving, they bring us $2-3 million a year. Whether it's, second MD, whether it's the special drug program, all this, they're constantly working on it. And obviously it has an impact both on the company's finance and on the, retirement company's finance. So I can't tell you how much I'm glad to have them. I can point them in the right direction, get out of the way, and we always get a great result. So I'm pretty happy. So this is a summary of our funded status. So on the general employees, we're 86% funded. Police and firefighters were 82%. VIBA, we're at 90% funded. And then the market value of the 401A, as I said, 45 million plus. 457B is 315 plus. Total value is 954. As of January, it went up to 975. I was hoping to have $1 billion by the time I came here, but I guess a bunch of things got in the way, and I think we're about 955 again, but we're going to keep going at it. And our goal is to get this to $1 billion. So let me summarize. Our contribution levels have been recommended annually by our actuaries, and that's Adam sitting next to me. So we keep all our retirement plans well funded. And let me talk about that. Our defined benefit plans rank in the top 15% compared to all the national public sector plans. So we do very well compared to similar types of organization. And the investment performance annualized over the past year ranks in the top quartile compared to the same group of public plans. So the other thing I like to do is I like to thank the board for giving us Taylor Chess. We welcome to the committee. He's going to be an asset. We're happy to have him. And I think, well, you could say if you want to say anything, Taylor, that's fine. But, we've got a lot of things going on, so it's interesting. And also we have a great team to manage it. Our investment consultant is Mariner. Our plan counsel is Venable. Our defined contribution plan keeper is Lincoln Financial. Our actuary is PRM, and Adam's our guy. Our auditor is Crow, and our custodian bank is the EY Mellon Bank in New York. So with that, I'm done, and any questions, please feel free.
Thank you. Are there questions?
I'd just like to
Taylor.
make a statement that I did have the opportunity to go to my first meeting a couple of weeks ago, and it is an incredibly well-oiled machine. These guys are doing a great job at the retirement benefits. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, did you have your hand up?
I did.
Would you-
Thank you. It's, I appreciate the fact that you have the Lincoln come and explain, because you lost me at the age something or another. You were doing fine, but, by the time, the more you got into it, the more lost I got. So I'm going to support the fact that you bring somebody on site to explain this to the people that it affects.
Any
That was
other,
a compliment, by the way.
Thank you. I just didn't understand the first part. That's why I'm confused.
Mark?
Yes, I know in recent years, we've been over 100%
Yeah.
funding. We've stepped back a little bit. I wondered if you could kind of elaborate,
Well,
particularly for newer members to elaborate on that particular
Yeah, so-
issue. Yeah.
a couple things. Obviously, the market, the fluctuations in the market. I'm showing you market value. We also look at it two ways. We look at an actuarial value and a market value. The market value is what we get audited on. That's why we wanted to use that number. The actuarial value, which dictates how much money the company will contribute, is probably about 4% higher than the numbers I showed you. And the other thing we do, and I can have Adam get into a little bit more detail, we do an experience study going forward. We want to look at what's going to happen to this plan. So we look at the number of employees that have gotten into the plan, the number of employees that will be eligible for the plan. We look at the salaries going forward. What's the expectation over the next number of years on salary increases? We factor that in. We look at the interest rate return. So what we've done recently is we've reduced our expected return from 7.25% to 7%. That's going to impact that number, Mark, that you're talking about. What happens is what happens. That's what we're projecting. Now, obviously, our job and our goal is to beat all those numbers, to get them better. And you'll see that happen. So, Adam, I'm going to ask if you want to add to that.
Tony mentioned that the forward-looking interest rate, how much we expect the assets to earn, was lowered from 7.25 to 7. And that took into account both short-term, where we actually think we can achieve 7.25, and long-term, where we don't think we can. There's population decline that's going to affect earnings in the long term. So a very prudent decision was made by the retirement committee to lower it to 7. If you go back one slide, Tony. So we had 90% for the VEBA, and in the 80s, 86, 82 for the pension plans. They would have been around 90% had the retirement committee not lowered the discount rate to 7. So these are conservative values that we expect there to be improvement. All of the plans are targeting 100% funding, and MWA has always contributed the recommended amount. So it's a very solid financial position.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Kate? I'd just like to comment. First of all, I'd like to thank Tony, Adam, who's representing our very extensive consultant group, and Randy, who's representing his staff. I want to thank them all for what they do on a day-to-day basis and the quality of our programs. This is a major recruiting tool for MWA. We can't pay top pay. We pay, average pay is what we pay folks, but we have a very, very solid benefit program, and it's very well funded, and it's a huge tool for them. And we do go out of our way to make sure that our employees get financial counseling and look forward. That's why we have that high contribution rate. And so it's all a product of the work that they do. But I don't think we'd have the caliber employee that we have at the Airports Authority would not for the fact that we have a very, very good benefits program, one that we take great pride in, and one that we nurture very, very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. This was, again, for information only. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Mr. Chairman, I'd like you to note that I'm about to ask for a motion to adjourn a minute before we're supposed to begin. So, is there a motion to adjourn the committee early?
So motion to adjourn. Move to.
Is there a second?
Second.
I tried to drag it out.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm on the air. I got to use it. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion's adjourned.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hanley. And it may have had something to do with the daylight savings time. So maybe that was the.
Not at all. Not at all.
Anyway, much appreciated. And with that, that will conclude the scheduled committee meetings for today. We'll now be adjourning for a lunch recess. We'll reconvene the board directors meeting. I'm going to say we're doing great. So thank you. Thanks to the rest of the co-chairs. for getting us through a good deal of information. Thank you, Jack, and your team for providing a number of very, very, very helpful reports. We will plan on reconvening at 1:30, but to members of the public and others know that if we get through our lunch super fast, we could reconvene as early as 1. And if we get bogged down on issues, we could reconvene as late as 1:30, as late as 2. But we'll aim for that middle ground of 1:30. So see you all then, and enjoy your lunch. All right, if folks can get settled, and if Jeremy, maybe you give me the high sign when you're ready to go. We're good? Okay, it is now 1:45. I've been, note of personal privilege, I managed to be wrong on the hour and for most of the day today. I don't know, maybe it's when you get dressed in the dark and start at 5, it turns you upside down a little bit. But it is now 1:45, and with that, I'm going to call to order the March 19th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Directors of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. And I will ask our secretary to confirm that a quorum is present. And I believe it is, but let's confirm.
Yes, we have a quorum present at today's meeting. Mr. Posen, Mr. Unkerfer, Ms. Batty, Mr. Burks, Mr. Chess, Mr. Epps, Ms. Hanley, Ms. Hagens, Mr. Poole, and Mr. Sheridan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. With that, we will move to our first item of business, tab 13, which is the approval of the consent agenda. A note for those of you who missed the
Excuse me.
conversation this morning.
I'm sorry, I omitted Mr. Gibson's name.
Oh, Mr. Gibson.
Again, I apologize.
And I missed that. Brett, my apologies for not catching that myself. Someone want to check that guy's ID? No, thank you. Thank you for that. I was wondering what's going on over there. There was something going on over there. So the first thing is the consent agenda. And for those of you who missed the reminder this morning and missed our last 4 or 5 meetings where we talked about the same thing, I will say that the consent agenda has been, all the items have been sent out well in advance, both to our board members and to the public. And the material has been available for the public and for the board. Anyone who would like to take any items off of the consent agenda is free to do so. Any board member that is who is free to do so, and we'll take that up separately. But with that, the consent agenda includes the approval of the minutes of the January 15th, 2025 Board of Directors meeting, the recommendation to award a contract for architectural engineering design and planning services for Terminal 1 and South Area Redevelopment Program, that is a mouthful, at National Airport, and recommendation to award a contract for the medium duty and heavy duty trucks with related equipment, accessories, and services. Anyone would like to take anything so mentioned off the agenda for consent? Hearing none. Was there a motion to accept the consent agenda? Moved by
Second.
Mr. Unkerfer, seconded by, I think, Ms. Hanley. With that, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, done. We will now move on to committee reports. We have at tab 14, it says starting with strategic development. Yes. And it's somehow it says Mr. Chess here, but I think it's Mr. Unkerfer.
Here, it's fine.
Oh, did I
Mr.
miss
Chairman, no, you're fine. Mr. Chairman, the Strategic Development Committee meeting met this morning. During this morning's meeting, the committee approved 2 consent agenda items, summary minutes for the January 15th, 2025 committee meeting, and a recommendation to award a contract for architectural engineering design and planning services for Terminal 1 and the South Area Redevelopment Program at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport that obviously we just acted on. A recommendation to award a contract for architectural engineering design, which were just approved. They have a duplicate here. The committee also received updates for Reagan National Airport and capital projects. That concludes March 19th, 2025 Strategic Development Committee.
Thank you very much. Finance Committee, Ms. Batty.
Mr. Chairperson or Mr. Chairman, the Finance Committee met this morning. During this morning's meeting, the committee approved 5 consent agenda items, the summary minutes of the January 15th, 2025 committee meeting, the financial advisors report for the aviation enterprise, the financial advisors report for the Dulles Corridor Enterprise, the quarterly report on investment program for the quarter ended December 31, 2024, and the quarterly report on budget reprogramming for the quarter ended December 31, 2024. The committee also received financial reports for the month of February 2025 for the aviation enterprise and the Dulles Corridor Enterprise. This concludes the March 19th, 2025 Finance Committee report.
Thank you so much. With that, we will move to the Business Administration Committee and Mr. Chess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The Business Administration Committee met this morning. During this morning's meeting, the committee approved 5 consent agenda items, which include the summary minutes of the November 20th, 24 committee meeting, the pre-solicitation terms for display and advertising concession at both Ronald Reagan and Dulles International Airport, the pre-solicitation terms for aircraft de-icing fluid recovery services at Ronald Reagan National and Washington Dulles Airport, the recommendation to award a contract for medium-duty and heavy-duty trucks with related equipment, accessories, and service, and a quarterly acquisition report for the quarter ending December 31st, 24. The recommendation to award the contract for medium-duty and heavy-duty trucks with related equipment, accessories, and service was presented to the board for approval earlier this meeting. This concludes the March 19th, 2025 Business Administration Committee report.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Last but absolutely not least, Human Resources Committee presided this morning by co-chair Kate Hanley. Hanley?
Mr. Chairman, the Human Resources Committee met this morning. During this morning's meeting, the committee approved the summary minutes of the January 15th, 2025 committee meeting and received an update on the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority retirement plans. This concludes the March 19th, 2025 Human Services Committee report.
Thank you very much for that. Moving to tab 15 and informational items. Let's start, please, with our CEO, Mr. Potter, and your president's report. Mr. Potter, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Before I begin today, let me add an official welcome to the Airports Authorities from the Airports Authorities management team and staff to our newest board members representing the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kim Paxtis and Paul Sheridan Jr. Kim, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, serves as a managing director for the national accounting and consulting firm Cohn Resnick, with broad experience advising major public and private sector organizations. Paul is a partner in Latham and Watkins law firm dealing with private equity, finance, and infrastructure transactions, and infrastructure expertise will be most helpful with our new use and lease agreement calling for about $9 billion in capital construction projects over the coming years. We thank Governor Youngkin for appointing members with such extensive backgrounds and expertise to help guide our business in the months and years ahead. So welcome to Kim and Paul. And Paul, we look very much forward to working with you and Kim in the months and years ahead. Mr. Chairman, as you stated previously this morning in our at the start of our board meetings this morning, this is our first board meeting since the tragic collision of a passenger regional jet and a military helicopter near Reagan National Airport in late January that claimed 67 lives. Our hearts go out to the families and friends of all of those who were lost in that terrible accident. Mr. Chairman, as a party to the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation, the Airports Authority and I am limited in what I can say regarding this incident, but we can take this opportunity to thank the many organizations and people from across the Airports Authority and emergency response partners across our region who are part of the Metropolitan Washington's mutual aid structure that responded to the accident. It was a testament to how comprehensive the emergency response process is in this area, and it was an amazing demonstration of teamwork under extremely difficult circumstances. Upon receiving the first alert of the collision, the airport's authorities, fire and rescue teams, our fire department rushed to the shores of the Potomac River near the end of DCA's runway 33 with trucks, boats, and other equipment, supported by our police department, supported by airport operations. They were followed by emergency response crews from the District of Columbia and other nearby district jurisdictions. Because the accident occurred in the Potomac River, and it's officially part of the District of Columbia, they were in charge of incident response. And I want to thank Fire Chief John Donnelly and especially Mayor Bowser. They did such a commendable job in handling the situation, especially in the hours and days immediately following the incident, in leading the recovery, rescue and recovery effort, and conducting, our initial press conferences. The airport's authorities, fire and police departments, along with DC operations, engineering, maintenance, administration, customer service, emergency management, communications and government affairs, Office of Technology, Office of General Counsel, the Dulles Airport team, our emergency management team, and many others from across our organization played critical roles in that response. All our board members were involved. Mr. Chairman, you and I were on the phone throughout the night and into the morning. I want to thank Tim Poole, who was fortunately for us in the area and came to the airport shortly after the crash. And all of you board members, I want to thank you all, including Brett Gibson, who showed up with some donuts. And I always appreciate a good donut, so it was great. But we're very, very grateful that you had our back and supported us throughout that whole incident. The response was a gigantic effort. And again, I can't say enough about, how well it worked, in my opinion. But we had practiced it. It was just something that we had practiced every 3 years. We do a triennial exercise, and so we practice this. And so we were ready. More than 50 vehicles, over 300 people were on the shoreline on the river shortly after the notification of the incident. And as I said before, tragically, there were no survivors. And while our first responders were working at the crash site, our airport teams were working with the families. And we have a thing called a family assistant team, our FAST teams. They were on the spot. Not only was it the FAST team from Reagan National, but Dulles International as well. When the incident occurs at your airport, these folks have regular jobs and they have duties associated with it. And so we rely on the FAST team from Dulles Airport. I want to thank Rich Golanowski for getting his team over here. And everyone reported. We did a call out for work. It really was a fantastic demonstration about how these two airports really are one when it comes to, an incident like this. And they did a fabulous job. Of course, we worked with our partners at American Airlines, and as soon as they were on the ground, they took over shortly thereafter. I want to just say that, when it occurred, there were flights diverted to Dulles. I want to thank the Dulles team for making those accommodations that they did. I want to thank WMATA because they kept their train system open late, and they worked with us to make sure that we're able to get folks off of the DCA campus and kept their trains running. It was just an amazing thing to watch from my perspective. You can practice it as many times as you want, but when it's real life and it matters, our folks just stepped up and came to the aid of each other, but also the folks that were impacted. We had counselors from our employee assistance program, service provided by the Unova Health System, which is part of our employee benefits, and from organizations such as the Virginia Law Enforcement Assistance Program. They were all providing counsel and emotional support for first responders and team members who were profoundly affected by what they saw. These counselors continue to be with us. And I want to also thank our airport chaplains who were there working very closely with us to help those who were affected and cope with the impacts of their experiences. So heartfelt thanks to everybody for the great job that they all did. I also want to take this moment to thank some of our elected officials. We were joined by Senators Kane, Warner, and Congressman Byers. as well as, I'm talking elected officials, obviously. Mayor Bowser was playing a very critical role and she did a fantastic job. I'd also like to thank Secretary Sean Duffy. I think it was his second day on the job, and he was there at midnight. And he not only was there and was very, very supportive of us, but he supported the fact that we reopened the airport up at 11 o'clock the next day. And I want to thank him and the FAA for the steps that they took to make sure that they made sure that this airport was safe, that they allowed it to reopen, that they communicated very forcefully, I thought, to the American public that air travel is safe, air travel into and out of DCA is safe, and that people should not be concerned with it. We're also very happy that they continue to work with the NTSB to define how we're going to operate in the future in a very safe manner. And I think the general public should take, and the flying public should take, take it to heart that these folks are determined to make sure that this never happens again. And they've taken the steps to make sure that it never happens again. So to the public, for the traveling public, we apologize for some of the delays and inconveniences, but I think everyone will understand that safety is paramount. It's first and foremost, and we'll continue to work to improve, the reliability of our service, but we'll do it in a very, very safe manner. And so, we're going to learn from this, and the fact that folks pass it will not be in vain, and hopefully we'll be all better off as a result of it. The spirit of teamwork also was evident during the recent snowstorms that impacted travel to our airports and nationwide. Since our first storm of the season, which happened just before our last board meeting, we've had additional blasts of winter weather that put snow and ice on our runways, roadways, parking lots, and facilities. During a mid-February storm, Reagan National recorded 6.4 inches of snow and was forced to close the runway periodically for clearing. And when snow was falling particularly when snow was falling at the rate of over an inch an hour. Dulles, which got 5 inches, was able to keep operations going without interruption because of its multiple parallel and non-intersecting runways. But as always, our snow teams and support staff quickly stepped up to clear the surfaces at the airport and on the Dulles Toll Road to make sure that traffic kept moving. It's impressive to watch our crews and all the sophisticated snow removal and anti-aircraft de-icing equipment at work to keep operations moving forward despite the challenges of the weather. Mr. Chairman, another example of the Airports Authority teamwork came the weekend of January 17th when the heat went out at Reagan National on a very cold day, while unusually large numbers of people were traveling through the airport for the presidential inauguration and the Martin Luther King holiday. Reagan National has 3 large boilers, each of which is capable of providing sufficient heat for the terminals. With one down for an extensive overhaul, a second boiler sprang a leak and was under repair when the third boiler suddenly went down late Friday morning. With temperatures inside the airport starting to fall, our engineering, maintenance, airport administration, customer service, and operations team sprang into action. The Airport Utilities Division, led by Doug Helms, mobilized to troubleshoot the boiler, which is a long and laborious process because these large devices are filled with water heated to 380 degrees, and they must be cooled and drained in order to make repairs. In the meantime, a cross-functional team from our operations, emergency management, procurement, and other departments led by Airport Manager Terry Lyric and Operations Manager Heidi Sim worked to identify equipment that we could rent, buy, or borrow to keep the airport warm. If the terminal's inside temperature were to drop too low, the terminals might be required to close. So the top priority was to keep it warm and open. That was accomplished by closing some of the terminal's fresh air intakes to help conserve heat. Several doorways to the outside were also closed with signs directing people to other entrances. The maintenance crew brought in space heaters and strategically placed them to keep the water pipes from freezing and bursting, which would have made the problem even worse. We looked for additional heating equipment wherever we could and made some fast purchases thanks to our procurement team. Dulles Airport also sent some of its heating equipment, including a large portable unit that is normally used to service the gigantic A380 jetliner when it's parked at the gate. All this effort kept temperatures through the airport mostly in the 60s, and we advised passengers awaiting their flights that the terminals and concourses might be a little chilly. Work to fix the boiler continued through Friday night and into Saturday when the source of the problem was discovered and crews installed a replacement part. Heat was flowing again by mid-afternoon. The building soon returned to normal and flights continued as usual. Through operational flexibility, collaboration, innovative thinking, and dedication to customer services, our airport team came together and addressed the situation. And again, fantastic teamwork on the part of MWA's staff. And speaking of great teamwork, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to close today by acknowledging the enormous service throughout the years of two very important members of our team who are retiring. First, and I want to thank Brian North for being here to recognize Police Major Freddie Crowder, who currently serves as the Police Department Station Commander at Dulles Airport. Freddie has been with us since 2002 when he joined the force as an airport police officer. He made corporal 4 years later and moved up to sergeant 2 years after that. He was promoted to lieutenant in 2013 and major in 2022. He also served as a training supervisor, as leader of the Airports Authority Special Response Team, and as a commander of the Internal Affairs Group. And when traffic congestion was a growing problem at Dulles in 2018, Freddie led a research effort that resulted in new traffic patterns and construction of the third curb for rideshare passengers at Dulles, which greatly improved traffic flow. Through the years, Mr. Chairman, Freddie Crowder has been one of the most effective leaders and has played a key role in almost every important event at the Airports Authority. He'll be retiring at the end of this week, and we wish him the best in the next chapter. So I want to personally thank Freddie for his leadership. I will tell you, I just described what happened, on January 29th over at Dulles Airport and, excuse me, at Reagan National Airport. And, things were a little hectic there. And at one point I noticed that somebody was behind me constantly. And so I turned around and I said to Freddie, "Are you following me?" And he says, "I'm taking care of you." And Freddie, I want to thank you for taking care of all of us. We really, really appreciate it. Now I'm going to turn it over to Brian for a few words before we let Freddie have a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. And like Mr. Potter said, Freddie is a consummate professional. His leadership, his dedication, lead this department. We call him Freddie because he's familiar and because he treats everybody like family. So Major Crowder, congratulations on your retirement. Well deserved, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter and VP Norwood, for those kind words, and to the board. Thank you. NY has been my heart and my home for 20 plus years. I leave with no regrets. NY has afforded me the opportunity to accomplish all of my personal and professional desires, and I could not have done it without the support. There's two things I want to highlight, and I share this with our team. Failure happens when you are in leadership. I had a failure in 2017, which almost cost me my job. But because of the support of Mr. Norwood, he allowed me to grow from that. And that did not stop me from becoming who I am today. And so I wanted to highlight that simply because when you're in leadership, just like you guys demonstrated this morning by hosting the appreciation breakfast, we recognize that we will rise together and we will fall together. And that's what leadership does. And because that was not held against me, it afforded me to be the opportunity to impact other people. And so that's a testament of the leadership from Mr. Potter all the way down. And the most rewarding piece for me was when I was in Internal Affairs in 2022, when Chief Huckler put me in that position. It is a heavy responsibility and an honor to be entrusted with the lives of other people, making decisions that will greatly impact them. And so I stepped into this role with an honor and not taking anything for granted or taking anything lightly. And so I leave this organization after 22 years grateful for the opportunity to have served the airport community. The community for Dulles airport operations, I spent 8 years at Reagan and 15 years at Dulles, and it's been phenomenal. And as I look at my colleagues and those who have supported me over the years, I share this with people across the world. The MY is the best place to work. It is a great area to work in, a great atmosphere, and with great people that are here. We just got to continue to work together and strive and learn from our mistakes and move on. So again, I am appreciative for everything that you have done and allowed me to be a part of, and I will always have you in my heart. Thank you.
And we have his retirement plaque. So Brian, will you present it? We'll take a picture with Freddie. And we got Bong right over there. Freddie in the middle. There we go. I did say we have two. And Mr. Chairman, we also send our thanks and best wishes to the Airports Authority's General Counsel, John Aspira, who is planning to retire next month. Jonna joined us as an Associate General Counsel in 2009. She became our Deputy General Counsel in 2016 and also spent time running our Office of Supply Chain Management in 2017 before being promoted to Senior Vice President and General Counsel in 2020. Throughout all those years, she has been instrumental in leading us through all the legal aspects of major construction projects, especially the Silver Line, as well as our corporate reporting obligations and many financial deals, and all the complex litigation that continually faces a public business like an airport. Mr. Chairman, if I listed all of Jonna's major contributions and achievements through the years, we would be here well into the night. And we'll have much more to say at events honoring her service as her April retirement date approaches. So for now, I'll just note that the Airports Authority is a much, much better and more successful institution because Jonna Aspira has been part of our team. We will miss her wisdom, her knowledge, her dedication, hard work, good humor, friendship, and I'll stop there. And again, I'll close with incredible patience with all of us. And so we wish her all the best in her next chapter. And so, Jonna, please accept these two gifts, and we'll ask you to open the one in the white before. But thank you for all that you've done. And again, you will be sorely missed. So I'll turn to you for a few words, and then we'll all stand up and clap. Yeah, go ahead. We've had her assisting us on making decisions for many, many years. So we want to give her a little assistance in retirement that she can use that magic 8-ball to help her guide her way through life.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you for the opportunity. Jack told me to be brief. I'm still listening to him, so I will be brief, but thank you, directors. And I want a special shout out to the board office. Thanks for all the support over the years as well. And thanks to my MWA colleagues, many of whom are sitting in the back. It's just been a real joy to work with them. I was thinking about 15 and a half years and all that has happened at 2 airports and all that we've been a part of. And I thought, well, how do I be brief, as Jack told me to be, which I want to do. I want to do what he says. But as we do in legal, I threw it into 3 buckets. So here you go. One last time. There's 3 buckets. I have notes. They're well marked up, but I will be very quick. What I decided was, it was 15 and a half years full of interesting legal work, very unique things that go on here, and notable accomplishments that we can all be proud of. We've served the region and the traveling public well. So I note that it's been really transformational 15 and a half years. We have, obviously, we've talked about this morning, record numbers of passengers, record low cost per employment, record levels of non-airline revenue. And at the same time, we've been building for the future. So as Jack mentioned, the Silver Line, I worked on phases 1 and 2. We've started tier 2 and all of the construction at Dulles. And we built Project Journey. We sold the Western Lands. All of those things were transformational for the organization. That was bucket 1. Bucket 2, which I didn't want to put a lot in, but there was a lot. It's been very challenging at times, right? And so I was here in the post OIG remediation era and all that we went through to change our policies and procedures, which was a tough time. COVID and the effects and building back after that, another big challenge, tough time. And very recently, the accident, obviously. But what I want to say about the bucket number 2 and the challenges is that every time we've all succeeded in coming back stronger at the airports and making the authority stronger for it. And the third bucket has been that all along we've been diligently preparing for the future and making sure, as I'm always talking to the folks, that our foundation is strong and that our foundational documents are there. So we've spent time and certainly we've rewritten the contracting manual. We've rewritten the codes of ethics. We have extended the federal lease to 2100. We negotiated the new airline agreement most recently. All of these things we've continued to protect ourselves from challenges to the authority that's granted to the airports authority. And we've spent a lot of time on this third bucket of ensuring that we're ready for the future. My goal throughout it all has been to provide effective and efficient legal service and protect the entity. So I'm honored to have been a part of that, the leadership team, and I'm definitely honored to have been the general counsel for this organization. As I close, I want to thank my team. So the Office of General Counsel is a team of extremely fine lawyers and one who was in our group before, Elise, your secretary as well. Extremely dedicated lawyers who will continue to protect the entity, and the finest executive assistant in the place, if I don't say, Craig Marlowe. So I want to thank all of those attorneys and Craig. They will carry on and protect the entity. And lastly, I want to make sure that I thank my family, because my husband, my daughter, my son, and my daughter-in-law have been there to support me through all this. They did their part so that I could do this. And now they're going to do their part again as they tolerate me saying, what do I do next? And what do you guys want to do? And so I'm going to now turn to my very long list of things that I have been wanting to get to. And yes, Grandma is on the top of that list. So I thank them in advance for their patience, but I thank all of you for the last 15 and a half years. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
That, Mr. Chairman, concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much. Before I turn to any questions or comments, take a point of personal privilege to add two points to what you've had to say. First, want to extend mine, and I hope I'm speaking for the board as well, our sincere gratitude to to our first responders, many of whom we had a chance to meet with and appreciate this morning, but also to the entire airports team for their outstanding and incredible work on January 29th and that tragic incident. And also to all of our partners, our mutual aid partners, to American Airlines for their leadership and partnership. And as Jackie, you went listed, our political colleagues and allies, both on the federal side as well as on the state and local side. We really, folks came together in a way that was deeply moving and incredibly generous, and we thank you all for that. And I add our thanks to your kind words. Also, and lastly, to Major Crowder, thank you very much for your dedicated service, and to Jonna, and I refer to you as Jonna. You've been a tremendous resource, ally, source of great knowledge, you and your whole team. Any number of complicated and difficult issues that I've dealt with, both as my time as just on the board as well as chair. I thank you for that. And as a long time adherent to and fan of the Magic 8 Ball, I can say I'm sure for you that all signs point to yes. Thank you. With that, are there questions or comments from the board? Okay. Thank you, Jack, for the presentation. And with that, we will now turn to Krissa, to Ms. Westerlin, for the Executive Vice President's report. Krissa, when you're, oh, there you are. When you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I would like to begin by echoing your and Jack's earlier heartfelt condolences and thoughts and prayers for all of the family members and victims of the crash on January 29th. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of those folks. I'd especially like to thank all those who responded to the accident and offered support during this very difficult time. We are grateful for all of the teamwork, dedication, and leadership we saw both inside and outside the airport's authority. And I too would also like to welcome our newest board members, Kim Clark-Paxtis and Paul Sheridan. I look forward to working with you. And just a quick note on Jonna, I will miss our many conversations that usually her conversation started with, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but. So thank you, Jonna, for keeping all of us out of trouble. Mr. Chairman, total non-airline revenue is up 6% or $5 million year to date through February. These results are largely driven by Dulles Airport, which is up 8.7% year over year. Transaction data showed growth in transportation network company and rental car transactions at both airports, reflecting strong inbound traffic, particularly during January. Parking revenue through February was up 6% at Dulles Airport, or at $822,000, but down at Reagan National by 6.7% or $789,000, making the total parking revenue up just 0.1%. We continue to see a preference for premium enclosed parking products, with the Dulles Valet up a very significant 39% over last year. On the concessions front, year-to-date sales are up 20% or $3.5 million at Dulles International and down 3% or $700,000 at Reagan National through February. Total concession sales in net were up 7% or $2.9 million. Mr. Chairman, our efforts at Reagan National are not focused on growth at this time. Dulles International is continuing its momentum in January with record international employments and strong domestic employments. Boosted by the presidential inauguration, Dulles hosted almost 953,000 total employments, exceeding January of 2024 by 14.6% and the budget by 10.7%. In total, the January DCA and IAD employments were up 3.6% over budget and 6.3% over 2024. February employments are expected to be up again at Dulles, but down at Reagan National, as you heard earlier from Jack. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to report Dulles International is getting another new airline. Contour Airlines has just announced new nonstop service from Dulles to Macon, Georgia and Plattsburgh, New York. The routes start May 1st and will operate twice daily with 30-seat Embraer 135 regional jets. Contour Airlines recently began a partnership with United Airlines that allows Contour passengers to connect to flights on United Airlines and United Express. Contour currently operates flights between Macon and BWI, but will be replacing that service with this new service to Dulles. Frontier Airlines also announced last month it will launch 3 additional routes at Dulles beginning May 22nd. Frontier will fly daily to Dallas, Fort Worth, and Miami, as well as 3 times per week to San Juan, Puerto Rico. These new flights will add to Frontier's existing service from Dulles to Orlando, Tampa, and Atlanta. And Avelo Airlines is launching new nonstop flights from Dulles to Wilmington and Charlotte, North Carolina this summer. The Wilmington flights will start on May 23rd, while service to Charlotte's Paget Regional Airport will begin on June 13th. Both routes will operate twice a week on Mondays and Fridays, utilizing a Boeing 737 aircraft. Avelo is advertising one-way fares starting at $39 if you're looking for a weekend getaway. Mr. Chairman, Asia remains a strategic focus in 2025 for international air service development growth at Dulles. Asia contains 80% of our top unserved international markets. Building on our 2024 success at enhancing existing partnerships and developing new ones across Asia, our Airline Business Development Vice President, Paul Bobson, joined the Destination DC team last month for our first trade mission in China since the pandemic. During the mission, the team visited Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Beijing. They met with strategic airlines, travel and trade media, and China's largest online travel agency, Ctrip, China Ctrip. The team also met with the U.S. consulate leaders to further discuss barriers for additional air service between China and Washington, D.C. Prior to the pandemic, China was the largest inbound international market for Washington, D.C., and China remains the only country yet to recover to pre-pandemic air service levels for Dulles International. Although air service levels are still below their 2019 peak, 2024 will represent a 73% increase year over year for inbound China visitors to Washington, D.C. Trade missions like this one are expected to continue that upward trend, and these meetings are already showing positive results. Air China resumed service between Beijing and Washington Dulles on November 21st of 2023. The service resumption operated 2 times weekly, down from the previous daily operation, and the service operated nonstop from Beijing, but due to winds and Russia overflight restrictions, required a fuel stop in Los Angeles for the return flight to Beijing. As previously mentioned, Paul Bobson, along with representatives from Destination DC, met with the senior leaders of Air China and Beijing, and as a result of the meetings, Air China announced a major capacity upgrade for the Beijing-Washington route. As of March 11th, Air China upgraded the service to the B747-8I, and this upgrade brings 54 more seats per flight for a total of 5,616 additional annual seats. The aircraft features more first and business class seats, and in addition, it will offer 66 premium economy seats, a product the previous 777-300 lacked. And importantly, this equipment upgrade will allow Air China to operate Washington to Beijing nonstop. The return flight will no longer be stopping in Los Angeles and will be the longest 747 flight in the world by time at 16 hours and 55 minutes. We anticipate the nonstop flight between Washington and Beijing will be very popular as it joins only JFK for East Coast service to the capital of China. Mr. Chairman, new air service is not the only thing we are adding to the airports. 2 new concessions recently opened at Reagan National. As a kickoff to 2025, the concessions teams announced the February opening of Half Moon Empanadas in National Hall at Concourse D. And I'd like to thank the airport and engineering teams for helping us expedite this flip from the former Starbucks kiosk. As the DCA Reimagine project continues with more concessions closures on Concourse D, Half Moon will provide a much needed food offering in this area with breakfast empanadas and fresh coffee during the morning rush. The concessions team is also pleased to announce February's opening of Tumi in Reagan's National Hall. The premium travel, business, and lifestyle accessories brand has enhanced their store experience with modern fixtures, lighting, and accessibility. And at Dulles International, recently welcomed 3 new concessions. The iconic DC landmark, Ben's Chili Bowl, opened a location in Concourse B near gate B71. This quick serve restaurant offers classics, burgers, half smokes, fries, chilies, and shakes, as well as all-day breakfast items. I'm pleased to announce also the opening of Urban Crave, located in Concourse A near Gate A3. The restaurant features a menu described as authentic street cuisines, serving power pancakes and other hearty breakfast bites, as well as appetizers, salad bowls, burger sandwiches, and a variety of entrees. And lastly, the opening of Rappahannock Oyster Bar in Concourse B near Gate B37. This is a full-service restaurant with bar and attached grab-and-go market. And customers have been responding very favorably to all the new shopping and dining offerings that have been opening. The February shopping and dining customer ratings at DCA and IAD were the highest to date, with 92% of DCA customer respondents and 91% of IAD respondents giving positive ratings of excellent, very good, or good in their customer survey responses. And despite a snowstorm, we had a very successful virtual outreach event on February 12th for Dulles' new Concourse E concessions. There was tremendous interest in leasing opportunities for 11 food and beverage, 4 retail spaces, and 2 duty-free locations. More than 250 participants joined the event via Teams, and requests for proposals were sent to 230 interested parties. The proposals are due to Concessions Manager Fraport on May 14th, and Fraport will make a recommendation to the Airports Authority on June 19th. After the proposal process is complete, Fraport will host a meet and greet event with construction contractors and subcontractors for new entrants to the airport. And Mr. Chairman, construction has officially begun on the new parking structure at Reagan National that, when complete, will add significant flexibility to the airport's parking operations. While we have reduced capacity in the economy lot to accommodate the construction, I am very pleased to report that no parkers have been turned away, and with the exception of peak travel periods, we fully expect to be able to accommodate all who want to park somewhere across our airport. But in order to make sure no traveler is caught without a parking space, we strongly encourage travelers to make a parking reservation and have the peace of mind that a space will be waiting for them. Even better, for most weeks, those making an online reservation are getting up to a 25% discount. With the busy spring period coming up in April, now is a great time to lock in reservations and the best rates. And those customers who do plan to park without a reservation should always check the Fly Reagan or the Fly Dulles websites prior to departure to determine the availability of spaces. Something else we're doing to encourage parking reservations is launching a new loyalty program named Pass Park Rewards. It began on February 19th. The program gives customers the opportunity to earn points at either airport for reserving their parking. Points are not earned for drive-up parking. Customers can redeem the points at either airport for parking discounts, upgrades, or other parking rewards based on their loyalty program tier. Each member starts at the adventurer level and the opportunity to progress through 3 additional levels: Explorer, Voyager, and Globetrotter. It's off to a great start with approximately 250,000 customers already enrolled. And during the next few weeks, a broader marketing campaign will be launched to a wider audience. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to report some exciting news on how MWA is using artificial intelligence to enhance the customer service on our websites. A website chatbot tool was developed by our MWA Labs team in 2024 and in accordance with AI best practices. It provides answers based on designated airport knowledge sources. Initially, the chatbot was tested only for use by employees on flydulles.com, and then on January 15th, the chatbot went live to the public U.S. users on flydulles.com. A similar chatbot is being developed for Reagan.com. During a 30-day period, the chatbot successfully resolved 80% of all user inquiries, and only 9% were escalated. Only 11% of users exited the chatbot without ever asking a question. And our MWA Labs team is also developing a mobile version of the chatbot that instantly can be triggered by scanning an app clip QR code posted at the airport with the customer's mobile device. Our Travelers Aid volunteers do a wonderful job helping our customers, but they cannot be everywhere where the customers have questions. This chatbot gives customers instant access to key information wherever they are at the airports without the need to download an app. The chatbot offers a variety of fast, task-based interactions, including wayfinding, flight information, and points of interest. And I'd like to show you a brief video that illustrates how the chatbot works. So first, the customer scans the app clip code and is quickly prompted to ask their question. In this example, the customer is asking if there is a Starbucks at DCA. The chatbot responds that there are 2, one in Concourse B and one in Concourse D. The customer then asks for information on the one in Concourse B. And the chatbot responds with the hours of operation and a link to click for the location. And the customer then clicks the button that says, "Take me there," and the chatbot proceeds to provide directions to walk to the Starbucks location. This is going to be an exciting feature for our customers to get a lot of questions answered anywhere they're at in our airport. So we're really excited about it. And I want to thank everyone in IT, operations, revenue, and customer service teams who helped make this idea a reality for our customers. And I'd especially like to acknowledge the IT MWA Labs team for its tremendous work on this effort. We are very fortunate to have one of the most talented and innovative IT teams in the industry, led by CEO Gautam Kundu, who deliver a wide variety of creative solutions for our operational and customer challenges. And I'm not biased at all, genuinely best in the industry. And the chatbot will be live in Dulles Airport website already, and the DCA chatbot, both on the website and in the airports, will be available in the coming months. Mr. Chairman, I'm also very proud to announce that the marketing team and their agency partner, Heart MBD, recently won 6 ADDIE Awards from Regional America Advertising Federation for their 2024 Because Reasons campaign that promoted travel from Dulles International Airport. The Gold ADDIE Award is recognition of the highest level of creative excellence and is judged to be superior to all other entries in the category. And the team won in the elements of advertising and copywriting and art direction categories. The Silver ADDIE Awards were received for our out-of-home campaign, integrated branding content, and illustration series categories. And we also received a Judge's Choice Award in the cross-platform integrated advertising campaign category. A unique feature of this campaign included messages on digital bus shelters that were triggered by the weather. For example, when it was raining, the message would change to inspire travel to a sunny location with a tagline that said, the rain won't go away, but you can." So we had some great interactive feedback on that. So congratulations to that team. And Mr. Chairman, 10 years ago, as you know, Dulles International was losing market share to the National Capital Region's other 2 major commercial airports. Today, IAD is enjoying record-setting growth for the last few years after restoring its competitive edge by controlling costs and finding new sources of revenue to reduce the amount charged to airlines. A story chronicling this remarkable transformation is featured in the February-March issue of the American Association of Airport Executives Airport Magazine. Written by our Vice President of Communications and Government Affairs, David Mold, the article is a great read and it can be found online at the magazine's website. I highly encourage everyone to take a look. It's truly a great story. And Mr. Chairman, the Airports Authority hosted its first volunteer event of the year on February 26 in support of the Arlington Food Assistance Center. The center's mission is to provide those in need with access to free supplemental groceries. 20 employees from across the authority volunteered to sort and package food and organize donations. The event fostered lasting relationships and boosted employee engagement. And it also provided a great opportunity to contribute our time and efforts to support individuals and families in need within our community. Thank you to everyone who participated in this event, and special thanks to Vice President Tanisha Lewis for leading this and many other community outreach activities throughout the year. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I will close by wishing everyone a great spring. With the official start of the season tomorrow morning, I would like to note the National Cherry Blossom Festival is about to begin. I think we are all looking forward to some warmer weather, as well as the return of spring break travelers to our airports. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It feels like it's been a long winter, so look forward to the spring. Thank you for that report. Questions, comments, Ms. Higgins?
Very good report. Thank you. Where else do they have parking loyalty?
Like what other airports?
Yeah.
Honestly, it's not widespread throughout the industry right now, but I do believe there's 1 or 2. I'm not sure who has them though.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the basis on which you think this incentive, other than the fact that we're taking 850 spaces out, does it? But whether you get the sense that this is some kind of incentive to people. I understand it in other places where there's competition for spaces. I'm just trying to make sure I'm just getting comfortable with the sense of the reward thing. Not a criticism, just looking for what's undergirding it. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple of goals we have here. So one is connecting with our passengers and knowing who our best customers are. So we have some folks that park almost every single week, and now we know who they are. We want to make sure all of our customers are having a great experience. But as with most businesses, you want to make sure your very top customers know who you are and you're taking care of them. The second thing is, again, we're offering rewards. So in some ways, you think of it as an incentive. So if I'm traveling for business, I have a choice on how do I get to the airport. Now, if I can use my company's dollars to earn rewards for myself, often I will save up those points. And then when I'm traveling for personal use, I will then turn around and get my parking for free. So that's certainly an incentive. But probably the timing of this is most related to the fact that in the busiest months of this year, we may be short of parking. We're going to be down 1,000 spaces at peak. And we want to make sure we know who those customers are. So when we get all those spaces back in early 2026, we can reach out to those folks and make sure that we're offering them types of rewards that will bring them back to the Airports Authority and back to our parking program.
Question?
Ms. Hamley?
Tell me again the number of people you had participating. I think I wrote it down wrong.
So we automatically signed up anyone who had parked in the last year. So right now we have a little over 250,000 people signed up. So partially those are folks who parked last year who were automatically enrolled. And then we are gaining about 6,000 to 7,000 a month, just in the last month since we launched this thing.
Were you surprised? Well, no, you weren't if you had a list, but that's a huge number. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, wow. Other comments, questions for Krista? All right, well, thank you again for that
Thank you.
report. Appreciate that, and let's go spring. We will now turn to tab 16 and new business. Making progress here. And I think there's one item for new business. And Jack, you will take the lead on that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Airports Authority has had a position called Chief Operating Officer and had it since its inception. Just prior to COVID, the Chief Operating Officer retired. And then with COVID, we made a decision not to fill the position because of the fact that we were trying to, do the best we could to hold down costs when we had low traffic. With the advent of the new use and lease agreement and the enormous workload that's going to be upon us in the coming years from a capital side, I've decided that we need to fill that position. Just so you know what the Chief Operating Officer does, the Chief Operating Officer oversees the two airports, Reagan and Dulles. The Dulles Toll Road has as a direct report the Vice President of Public Safety, so Brian Norwood, and also Strategic Ops, Chris Polino and his group that does emergency management and does a lot of operations planning and strategic planning for the authority. And so we have just recently completed a search for that position. Spencer Stewart supported that search, and I'm very grateful to the board for the board members participate in the interview process, and I'm looking for the board to support my nomination of Tom Beatty to be the new Chief Operating Officer of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Tom has 28 years of experience with us. He's the Vice President of Engineering. He has grown up in this organization and started as an engineer, but over time, every time he moved up the ladder with increasing responsibility, spent a lot of time in codes, was the Deputy Vice President of Engineering, now the Vice President of Engineering reporting to Roger Nanzahara. He is a very, very capable person. He gets things done. He does things the right way. I'm very impressed with the fact that he spent a lot of time and is developing people, new engineers, and really has shown his leadership throughout. And so with a lot of pride in what he does and a lot of confidence that he's the right person, I'm nominating Tom Beatty to be the new Chief Operating Officer of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. And Mr. Chairman, I look forward to your concurrence.
Before we have any discussion, is there a motion to accept that recommendation? It's been moved and seconded, a chorus of seconds. Discussion. Questions, concerns? I think folks have been very comfortable with Tom and his good work for the organization. I know this was a very strong pool of candidates and wanted to extend my thanks to all those who went through that process. It shows a great internal bench of people as well as some fine external candidates. So again, want to thank all those for their participation. So I'm for one, I'm pleased to move this forward. Are there any other concerns, questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of approving Tom Beatty as our new COO, please indicate by.
Aye.
So yeah, let's thank you. Good. Tom, look forward to working with you.
So thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you for the nice words. And thank you, Jack. Thank you to the board members for your support, the opportunity, and I think more importantly, the confidence that you have in me as we move forward. As Jack said, I use this joke several times that, you know, my hire date was in the 1900s. So I have been here for a while. I've been here for all of the capital programs that we've done so far. And I think it's a great time for the authority. We are on our next project. And with that comes signature improvements, both airside, landside, both airports. However, when we do these large programs, they come with a lot of headaches and a lot of challenges. But I also think they're going to come with a lot of solutions. And as we move through this, I think this will only elevate the passenger experience, and it's going to get better and better as we move forward through the program. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to working with all the folks that are behind me. I have great relationships with them. I'm looking for that continued relationship. And one more time, just I appreciate the opportunity. It means a lot to me. Looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right, I always love coming to this part of the meeting. Unfinished business. Yeah, the old joke. It's a lot of unfinished business, but probably not for the board. Not for today. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here all week. No, okay. So there is no unfinished business before us. So we will move on to other business and adjournment. I take it that there is no other business and there was no unfinished business, but we now can move to, I think, that wonderful thing. It's been seconded. Paul, thank you. Is there a motion, a first?
So
All right, moved, seconded.
Shouldn't we have discussion?
All those in favor of adjournment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, before we go, let me just say, now that the meeting is adjourned, that that concludes the business before us for our March 19th meeting, and we will meet again. We will meet again. And until then, it's May 21st, 2025. But we will be in close touch until then. Have a Godspeed and have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Do we?
you.